if I don't hit that button, I'm going to keep delaying starting with all of this. So let me do that before it gets even later. And quite funnily enough, I can start this, but what I don't know if I should even do is activate the fucking music because it is now copyrighted. Anyways, so here we are. I guess at the very least I will try to see how this ends up going and all of this ends up functioning if I were to not stop talking. Because I swear to God, if it simply is a problem because I decided to have a little bit more of silence happening, occurring when I was preparing the last time, because there is a particular point in which I didn't get a copyright claim, so I don't know exactly what is it that I changed when I did that. But yeah, we will see. We will try to see what I can do to not get copyright claimed this time around. And anyways, before I keep complaining, hello Patsu, welcome. So yeah. I have stuff to do. I have a lot of things that we should try to get in order. Let me see. First and foremost, is Reddit a possibility to do in particular? Can I try to do something like that? Do I have to worry? Because I don't get the chance to enjoy anything of this, or do I have to give up on all of that? Let me see. Anyways, uh, it is kind of complex to keep talking as if I was really forced to not shut up. It has been quite a long time since something like that really happened to me, and even more because this is literally propelled just because of copyright. It feels weird to realize that I needed to keep talking. And we will see, at the very least, maybe with that thing in there, I can consistently by talking over the music, I can ensure that we don't get copyright striked. But we won't know until we in general, sorry, get to really learn from that how all of this goes. So yeah, anyways, I have to make a new. So that's the first thing that I should keep an eye out. I guess there are a lot of other things I guess I should try to do. And Savannah, welcome. I I guess yeah, certainly it is kind of weird to say that you're going to tell your yeah to say hello to a potato basically, but at the same time, it will be a lot more comprehensible if they were to see what you're referring. I mean, probably if I were to try and explain what is it my experience with in general Vtubers, it will sound very irrational to believe that let's say like this. For example, we have Bansu here. If I were to tell somebody that what I do is I talk with somebody who has on their face a pantsus, it would sound fucking deranged to begin with. But certainly it can be quite more comprehensible once you put all of that into a more understandable picture. So I hope you can properly explain all of that. And even if you don't, at the very least, you get to say hello here, and maybe it won't be that much thought about by the other, you know. But yeah. Here we are. Welcome, and I hope then, as always, that whatever it is that you choose, I wouldn't really assume that this is going to be smart. I don't really control myself that well when it comes to keeping myself silent. But yeah, if it happens that you choose this, thank you, and I hope it can provide you with a good sleep quality. I will try. Not that I will try. I have already set up everything so that we can not worry about the volume. I can talk a little bit softer compared to before, and all of that ends up being quite useful for these cases. So yeah, I hope it can be very, very beneficial for your objective. Let's say like that. But yeah, what I have to do, I haven't really put up a sentence that I can put in this blank space. Let me. I think something along the lines of what I'm trying to write right now will be fine, no? I okay, I don't know if I can shut up. The reality is I don't know. It really is for the bots to auto-detect music or not. That is kind of annoying. Also, so I will have to keep talking. Yeah. I hate copyright, man. Who decided to introduce copyright? Who even more decided to make copyright of the one of the most well-known songs? Who? Anyways, the point is not to get angry. So yeah. There it is, something like that I think will serve the purpose of being an introduction to whatever it is that we are going to do today. Eh, so we thought I can say finish the first post in this case in Reddit. From here I have to go on to what is it that I have to go? Okay. Here on this out of these servers, I guess. That is going to be complex and quite hard here. But we will see how I can perform. Also, yeah, I should later on try to set up all of these things, let's say, because I want to get. Yeah, I have been. I have been trying to properly organize everything, and we will have to see how all of this goes. I don't even know how many different topics we're going to go through today. I have been thinking, and I approximate that's probably something between the lines of so far based on my expectations, and not just my expectations themselves, the the reality that is how much it takes me to cover some ideas and how much we also do stream over here. Maybe between 5 and 6 different topics we are going to be capable of covering. Once again, I don't really know how any of that will go, but at the very least to put up that intention out there and to minimally express, let's say, the objective that is to try and make that a consistent occurrence, it might then be a possibility that we can pursue properly. But I really don't get to know how much we're going to do in those terms. But anyways, let me. Okay, that is working also. Okay, with this done, I can close this whole. Okay, I can close this. I can move on to. Also, did I change properly today? We are not on 295, right? We are on 285. Aren't we on 284? Did I make an error or which stream was the last one? I remember that I had some problems numbering stuff properly, but I don't know if it is that bad. That my problem, yeah, that I had problems, right? Let me see. 290, yeah. I completely overshot today. What happened? What did I overshot all of this? What? What did I do wrong? Uh, ah, I have to fix. Okay. I see. I have to fix something from. No, I don't. I don't have to fix anything. Why did I change the numbers? What? Why are we on 285? I will. This is going to be complex for me to remember. Um, anyways, let me change the title properly into 284. Okay. with that we are done. Next is what's okay. Next thing is going over here. Okay, I already did my part over there. I should focus. Oh, here. Here I just have to drop this. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And the next two things are also here. And somewhere else, do I have to also drop links? No, right? So far as I can envision, no. If I'm not wrong, right? I hope so. I am not. I'm not forgetting anywhere else. I mean, yeah, I don't think so. All of this is working fine so far. So I I, I have free time, I guess. How much do we have free? We have 4 minutes left of me just rambling, so that is going to be a problem because once again, or just a short explanation if it isn't understood yet. Here I don't really say anything. I am just talking to provider. In this case, mostly because I don't want to get fucking copyrighted. I have been quite annoyed by that. But the reality is, all of this serves as a show of my presence. Because from my perspective, it's quite weird when you realize that the other, let's say, the streamer itself is on the other side, but takes like an hour preparing, when in reality they are already there, you know? And at the very least, in my case, it will be a lie to say that what I am doing requires my complete attention, because um, being truthful, most of my actions are very intuitive or very ingrained on more basic levels of mental activity that because let's say like this, because I have already done them more than enough times in the past, so this means that I don't have to worry and I don't have to really put any effort into realizing them. I have only the necessity of checking if what I am doing is properly done, but I am not forced to pay any mind whatsoever to whatever it is that is going on. But yeah. Problem is, one of the few things I can't really do in so much is put words into a tweet. That is going to be a problem. Okay. I'm going to shut up for 1 second. Okay. I did I did like half. I did like half of the tweet. So the rest, I think I will take it a little bit more slowly, and we will see how it goes. But yeah, this is pain. But we will see. If I only have to keep talking while the music is playing, I will have at the very least the chance of not paying any mind whatsoever to getting fucking copyrighted. And if it does happen that although I am talking, I still get the claims, I'm going to cry incredibly hard. Because something funny enough, if you were to have any particular interest on removing, or yeah, on I think it is claiming the copyright claims themselves as false, you need to legally bind yourself, almost as if you were demanding the person who said, no, you know what, this content is copyrighted. You have to say, no, man, what I am doing is not copyrighted. Please realize that because of this particular action or this particular clause, I am using your content, your creation, or something that isn't even your own creation in a legal way. So can you please remove your claim? But it is attached to your real world identity, so that is quite annoying. I don't even want to do something like that. And I mean, something. I guess part of the process itself is also to try and discourage people to do such things because, after all, when you put your name out there, you might be legally binding yourself to a possible type of claim or something of that sort. So you don't really know if what you're doing is just a claim or is more along the lines of getting into court with somebody. But we never will know. We will see how this all of this goes. Anyways, we finished. So yeah, time for us to really start. Wow, here we are. Now I can talk a little bit more slowly. Hello, people. Here we are. Welcome. After a little bit of euphoria, trying to see if we can cheat the system by talking while the music is playing, here we are. Now, I don't have any particular need to talk as much as I can, to have no spaces in which I can't stay silent. So yeah, finally enjoying crafting words in a more meaningful manner than being outright deranged trying to communicate nonsense. So yeah, now I didn't get to finish. Excuse me, but I didn't get to finish the creation of what I said was a tweet. So let me let me try to finish this one idea that I left in the middle, or at its first half. I need to finish the second half. So what I said was something along these lines. I okay. I think I'm edit, so I needed to, yeah, all that I need to do now is to save it properly. Oh man. Anyways, now for real, after the craziness that was that start, here we are. Hello people. Um, it has been quite a long time since the last occasion. I started also a little bit later than usual. I will have to accept that it did happen. I didn't really expect to take that long, but at the same time, I I can say pretty much a lot of times you used to enjoy um, organizing yourself towards properly getting initiated on whatever it is that you want to do. So in these cases, it does happen that we are here not because we are just um, randomly, let's say, beginning, but rather because we were capable of putting everything in order so that we can be here. And that is quite nice. I believe so. But yeah. Anyways, continuing now for now for real. Sorry, I am still a little bit distracted and also a little bit rushed on the ideas that I have in my mind. So excuse me if I have quite a hard time getting more logical sentences to come out. And yeah, what I wanted to say was also hello, Glendek, welcome. Yeah, here we are. After quite some time here. We continue being here, so it is quite a pleasure to yet again be the host for this occasion. And yeah, we will see what we can do today in particular. As always, thanks for being here, thanks for watching, thanks for lurking, thanks for watching the world, thanks everybody, as always. Yeah, in particular, as always, also sorry. First and foremost, thanks to Pansu, Strip Pansu underscore CH, who was the first chatter. Later on to Savannah, Savannah Pure, and later on to Clone. So yeah, welcome everybody. Here we are, trying to see what we can talk about. I, I think it is properly displayed, no? That we're going to have quite a little bit of just chatting. I don't really have. We will see how all of this goes. So this will possess a little bit of a structure. So yeah, we will see, but we will try to make it last a good amount before we move into the list themselves. And yeah, I hope you can. If it is something that you like, it can keep happening. Therefore, dear Strip Panso underscore CH. But yeah. ah, it is it is nice to be here. So anyways, I guess moving on to something real for now. I quite a nice question it would be. What I had been thinking. Today I think I had a little bit of not a problem, rather yeah, an overwhelming amount of different ideas crossing my own mind did occur to be the occasion today. So pulling up just one of them ends up being quite complex. I I said before, to a certain extent, I would like to be more organized and be more structured with coming up only with different ideas that are already minimally shaped. But at the same time, by doing all of this, it is that I get to feel how different and how, at the very least for me, fantastical it ends up being the process of not paying so much attention to what one should be saying, but rather just talking about what one feels like talking about. So it is quite nice and it is quite not just complex, quite quite a wonderful thing to keep perpetuating. Because after all, I guess in these cases it ends up being a dance of the mind to try and find whichever idea is it that we possess related to any kind of comprehension than to just force a linear movement towards what was already understood before. Therefore, in these cases, what we end up, yeah, what we end up going through is but just another manifestation of that same, not same, something that could be related, let's say, to the spirit of creation born out of those who can, in other ways, truly manifest all of those, yeah, cre- creative concoctions that end up being shown into reality in more visual styles, let's say. And I guess it certainly feels, no, a little bit out there what I just said, but at the same time, I guess it could be very much compared to whatever one feels when one oneself is creating almost any type of poetry, let's say, or prose, because after all, what you try to do is you try to put together sentences capable enough of projecting what you have been feeling. In this same case, it ends up just being the difference that it is not just about feelings, but it is also about a lot of times the difference is born out of putting time together or spending time properly, let's say, into trying to craft those ideas that can be processed well enough by anybody who might desire to cross their path with them, let's say. So that's quite crazy to see. I mean, I don't really know if what I am saying in that sense is all that useful. At the same time, it just feels like a self-indulgent type of description of the actions that I perform. But I don't know. I guess I had been, well, we can move on to that later on, but I had been in the whole process of different ideas that I had intaken and all of that. I I believe it can happen that you can pretty much distort your own vision just because you believe that you need to build up even more what is your concepts or pre-existing beliefs so that you can keep justifying your actions. In this case, maybe what we are doing here isn't that useful because after all, once again, this whole problem of me already using a language in which I don't really have all the different tools to create a fully comprehensible um, connection of words, and therefore the different types of organized assortments of words might not be really understandable for anybody who is not just me. After all, the ideas that I do possess are always, as it happens with anybody, no? Um, Born firstly and foremost from my own mind, because I am already dealing with something so fragile as that, even more. If I am not even sticking, yeah, sticking to a pre pre-explored plane of understanding, it is quite quite impossible to even try and be part of the conversation that is created. In these cases, I will guess between myself and what ends up being my own underlying desires about what I wanted to talk about itself. Because I think it is pretty clear, no? I don't really get to mention stuff that I don't like, not because it is not a possibility, but rather because I would always, if because I can choose, not if I were to choose, because I can choose, I will always go for those things that I do have a sense of enjoyment over. Therefore, in these cases, what you are seeing is me not just so or righteously making up things that might be fully sensical to others. We are just observing somebody, let's say, who is with a focused idea of what he wants to talk about, going on and on about things that he can't even fully explain to others most of the time, no? So that might that might be quite an annoying problem. I feel like I don't really know. But anyways, um I don't know how much I haven't already talking, so yeah. Let me drink water, I guess. Oh man. Oh, what a wonderful gift it is to be capable of expressing what you think. I feel like, even if all of what I just mentioned before kind of contradicts what I just stated. Anyways, yeah, let me drink water, and after that I will move on to something different. Um, I guess I will. Let me see how I can deal with this. But yeah, I believe I have been trying my best to make it possible to articulate myself in an even better way than before. Because if the main usage of communication that we possess is the type type of communication itself that is only born out of um, word by yeah word to a receiver type of communication, it might be quite necessary for me to try and minimally craft something that ends up being digestible enough for everybody. Therefore, it is quite necessary for me to put some minimal amount of efforts, even if yeah, it doesn't contradict that while we are exploring what I feel like the most, I still have the necessity of making it understandable for others. So it does happen that I see, or that I am always on the constant lookout for even better ways to make it understandable. But the reality is, if somebody else, more than just me, can say that it does happen, I can truly say then thanks, because it validates and shows or starts to minimally enlighten me in the sense of finally being able of noticing how my efforts are paying out, even if I guess sometimes one wouldn't be capable of fully understanding how much of of an even better skill I have developed throughout time, because sometimes I do really feel like I have never changed in terms of communicating. I mean, being specific, there are a lot of different ways in which creating sentences in English differs mm, hugely from what is Spanish. Therefore, when I have to deal with those particular ways of communicating, I do find myself still struggling as I did the first day. Or let's not say as I did the first day, maybe 5 or 10% less. And that doesn't really mean a lot, so yeah. Anyways, if it isn't or if it wasn't understandable enough, thank you. It tries to happen that I put some effort into that. So to see that it ends up paying off is quite good, I guess. But yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think it is very practical and very useful also to keep learning all of those things. After all, it becomes quite consistent with the dialogue that one ends up being capable of presenting onto the outside world. What one beforehand decides to consume by, in my case, what I can say is by having done my best to consume different medias in which people is not so lenient with their language, I can now confidently, at the very least, believe that I am using a minimal amount of what was left behind by those minds into what is my re- replica of their creation of the language itself that they used to communicate ideas that in this case I might not be replicating themselves, but that in some way or another I am still enacting. Let's go with so yeah. I don't know. I I guess it is quite crazy to be so conscious about some of those things. After all, we don't really pay that much attention to how language works or anything of that sort, and when you do, it ends up being quite wonderful to observe and to now fully have in front of you that is, yeah, different areas in which communication itself is a more complex process than what you could have expected. But yeah, even if, in my case also, I don't even get to understand or to start to process all of those things, it still is quite a wonderful thing to use such a gift, I believe. So yeah, I don't know. I guess sometimes it feels quite nice to talk, let's say like that. And I don't know, if I were to say that I like to hear my own voice, I would be like, probably what happens here is I personally find quite enjoyable. I mean, it sounds incredibly weird, but in, in my case, what happens is I like the process of saying things because when I say them, I can picture them as paragraphs that are being fulfilled in a in an ever-growing book of, yeah, of collections of every single day that I went through that contains all of the words that I said. Therefore, when I get to make up proper sentences and I get to read them as I keep moving forward into the next one that I am going to say, it is quite wonderful. And I don't know, I never really paid attention. Not that I didn't pay attention, it has been always inside of me. I never really accepted that it was like that, let's say. But I don't know, I guess reality is a little bit of self indulgence behaviors do occur in that sense. So that's why part of that, yeah, part of what is my discourse is altered by my desires of making it better than before. So I don't know. I guess I am also by saying that quite disqualifying what was mentioned before as just a compliment. So yeah. I think moving on from here will be more beneficial than just try to keep argumenting over just that one thing. But yeah, I don't know. Language, words, wow, communication is complex. They will say something like that. I don't know. Um, I don't know. I guess not stalking for so much ends up allowing the bottle up ideas to flourish in an even better way. So moments like this end up being quite possible because of the amount of times in which I find myself being alone and in which I don't have the necessity of talking. So all of those things are quite enjoyable. And I mean also what happens is there is always a part of the communication that one has in which monologuing isn't that normal or that accepted, let's say, because yeah, in the day-to-day life you can, if you are willing, you can force monologues to exist in almost every single interaction that you have with others. But the reality will be probably, if you were to try something like that, you are going to see how a lot of the people that was with you will stop paying attention to what you might have to say. Because after all, to create a well organized paragraph takes quite a lot of time. And even more if you are doing it like we are here in in the moment, in the get-go, let's say, and organizing it all on the fly. People doesn't have that much time to simply hear you come up with a good sentence, or not just a good sentence, a good monologue, as I said before. So it ends up being quite a troublesome experience to have to deal with someone like you when you let those things happen. Therefore, I will say I don't really know it. I I observe it as yet again just validating my own desires, I guess. But I observe how good it can be to try and create those spaces in which monologuing becomes more of a natural thing than just being expressive to the degree to which you are allowed by others. Because in this case, reality is I could go on and on over one particular topic as much as I want, and I could make up different words that come up come out of my mouth take the shape that they want without ever paying attention to what is the content of them. So it ends up being quite a necessity for me to minimally order what is being created in the moment. But the, the final goal isn't that specific. Besides, obviously, the desires that are underlying behind my actions, but that isn't even that much of an influence when already the experience itself of talking is so pleasurable. So I don't know. I guess always enacting on behalf of what you feel, on what you feel that feels good is more than just a complex thing, let's say. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I I think let's leave it at that. I think, and what I think also is that I will drink water so that we can once again um, demark what I was talking about before from the next idea, because this is like the third time already that I remember I should talk about this, and I forget to mention all of that. So let me drink water, and after that we are moving on to something different that as I said before, I learned. I guess it was today. I I don't even want to check. Maybe it was yesterday that I took that information in, or I don't remember. Anyways, let me drink water. Also, I am incredibly distant from the microphone, so let me get closer. Okay, here we are, at a better distance. So, I thought about one thing, and that was, well, reality is I didn't think about this. I learned, I I got this one knowledge, thankfully given to me by, not directly given. It was simply laid out by, I think it was Nietzsche himself. In this case, if I'm not misremembering, it was this whole idea of how one possesses a shadow of themselves, and this. Okay, I remember that we kind of talked about it before. This is There is a whole concept in, I think it was Jungian psychology, in which you possess a shadow that reigns over your actions because it is the opposite of what you wish to do, and it is the opposite of what you believe is okay. It is the shadow of the Jungian self is something that reflects more on the negative side of the person, as in not negative as in bad, but rather negative as in complete opposite of what you are. Negative as in, I think it is picture type of negative. So there is that one concept, but the one that Nietzsche utilizes to describe um, negativity is, sorry, not negativity, shadows is more related to the side of you possess a shadow that is reigned by your desires and is the most primal side of you that tries to always control you towards doing things. And the problem was, I guess the words used to describe such a process were quite different from what, in my case, I had already understood as a shadow or as a more primordial part of the self. Because after all, I wasn't even capable at first of getting what was the point that was being made when I heard all of that. Um, I literally had to stop and try to rationalize a little bit what I was intaking. I guess it happens, no? When you're consuming information from those who are certainly predisposed to give it out without any particular filter, you will end up seeing people who gives you wonderful pearls that you may not be even capable of fully understanding how much of a valuable thing they are. In that case, it happened the same thing to me. It seems to make a lot of sense because that particular type of shadow is a lot more present on the day-to-day life than what is the shadow of the Songyang archetype. Because after all, you can always say that you are doing things on one hand while also wishing for the opposite to happen, or for the opposite to be a reality in which, at the very least, you wouldn't see yourself as. So you have that on one hand, but the reality is we are always having to fight back our more basic interests in life, and it is quite complex to see it as something that isn't a dark side of the personality of the human, because we certainly don't want to be involved with any of those things, or at the very least, we shouldn't want to have any of those events happening in our life. After all, yet again, we're not we're not slaves of our desires, or we shouldn't want to be slaves of our desires. We should only try to go for what we feel like. Yeah, I kind of locked myself there. I'm so sorry. We should only try to go for what we feel can be a proper pathway into completing our objectives. We shouldn't go for what is going to simply put ourselves into an unending loop of desire after desire. And reality also is when you don't see it as something so easy to affect your own self, you might be already, yeah, you might be already in the process of getting consumed by those very same interests. After all, it is quite annoying to, when you believe that you are doing well, observe how your actions ended up driving you back to those places in which you were not progressing anymore in your newfound objectives in life. So it is quite wonderful then, in these cases, to see how this concept ends up being applicable in the day-to-day life, even if this doesn't happen to be fully what is what is a complete depiction of the personality that we possess. After all, I guess certainly somebody like Nietzsche might not have possessed this type of, and without being disrespectful here, optics when it comes to desires and human beings and such. I don't. I have yet to come into agreement with the whole view of the human as something so much more negative than what it really is. And also, with enough time, I have realized how crazy that guy really was before being clinically mentally ill. So it, it is quite complex to go through whatever he wrote, but I think slowly I am getting there. And in these cases also, to share that same process here and to see how all of those things might make any minimal degree of sense is worth it. But yeah, I guess something like that, what I said before. This whole concept of the shadow is more appealing than the one born out of the Sang Sangyang view of psychology. But yeah, anyways, I'm noticing a certain problem. That is, I have a 2 liter bottle of water and it is already with less than 1 liter, I think. So I want to drink, but at the same time, I don't want to finish this whole bottle. And I mostly drink in these cases also to make separations between topics. So we're not we're not going to have that. But give me a second because I want to shut up and see what I can go next. Yeah, move my mind to next. So yeah. Anyways, okay, okay, okay. I I had one idea. I had one, and that was this is something I would have loved to tell my friends, I believe, because it has been quite useful. And the more I seem to pay attention to it, the more it becomes useful, let's say. It seems to have more potential than a lot of different actions in which you might indulge, let's say. And that is, there are different actions that you might realize in your life, and there are different things that you might do. In this case, to have a good time, as they will say. And on the order of having a good time, what is mainly the concept of living at ease, you get to see always ways in which you might calm yourself down. Because, at the very least, in nowadays society, what happens is we possess a lot of these views over how one might be capable of experiencing happiness or whatever, when reality is a lot of times what we are needing or what we should try to prioritize first, let's say, is not so much happiness, because once again, I'm not going to spend that much time just in case. If you were to pursue only happiness, what you're going to find out is that happiness itself is not a goal, but rather it is only a, an occurrence or a byproduct of doing things that by themselves bring you happiness. So, in this case, what does happen is one of the few concepts that are not so much related directly with happiness, but that can bring out a lot of potentially good energies, let's say, as not as so mystical, but rather as those moments in which you feel nice. Let's describe it as that. Feeling the heartbeats of yourself can be quite useful, and this becomes more and more apparent when you give yourself the capacity of even deciphering how you might achieve something of that sort. In my case, I have been trying a lot of different ways to do such things and to allow them to happen to me, and I never really expected any of those events. Let's say like that. Any of those moments in which I paid attention to my own heartbeat, as I said before, to be so rewarding at first. But the more I kept trying to pay attention to it, the more I learned that inside of it there was a lot of useful tools to, as they will say, suit my own anxiety. Because if it isn't clear enough, or if it isn't even known in this case, there is always this mechanism inside of the, I think it is mammals, or I think it is present in almost all animals, but it is more consistent inside of the mammals because they are, okay. Yeah, okay. Let me explain it properly. Inside of mammals, there is a very big concept, or let's say mechanic, that happens to everybody, and that is you get to experience the enjoyment of hearing somebody else's heartbeat. Because when you were an a perinatal baby, let's say it like that because I don't remember the other definition, inside of your mother's belly or womb, whichever is it that you want to use to describe it, you always had that one sound playing over and over, and that was the main type of noise that filled your life. So it is one of the easiest connections that you can perform with any type of easiness to track back to those heartbeats. And there is always the best method, that is to have your own mother's heartbeat, because something also quite wonderful from this is if you hear particularly the heartbeats created or originated from your mother's heart, because you have already spent so much time hearing them, your brain unconsciously knows that you're hearing them, so it calms you down even more. But what is next in order of easiness born out of simply hearing one noise is once you let your own heartbeat be appreciable to you, you get to experience yet again a little bit of a calm down. And I had been, as I was saying before, I had been trying to have more and more occurrences like that, and it gets quite crazy to see how, in so many occasions, even when you are in high dopamine moments, simply paying attention to that noise can calm you down. Because personally, I have been lately realizing physical activity, and there is almost no easier way than to agitate yourself, let's say, because by increasing your heartbeat slowly, or even if it is fastly, um, you get to also increase the amount of blood that is pumped to your whole body. And when in particular the, the blood pumped to your brain gets increased in amount or speed by the property of your ears also getting affected by that, you slowly get overwhelmed by the amount of noise born out of your own heartbeat. So you have opportunities to find it existing and find ways to hear that sound to calm yourself down even more than before. And in this case, as I was saying, it gets quite hard to not realize that you have all of these things in your hands to use if you have never tried that. But the more you let that be part of your routine, the more you see how useful it ends up becoming and how easy it can be to gain a fundamental tool to the process of not being so anxious throughout this thing that is called being alive, let's say. But yeah, I was particularly going over that because I was quite annoyed when I noticed that at some point I was starting to go back to my whole type of personality, let's say, in which I had lost a lot more of my own self for the sake of not having to deal so much with the consequences born out of letting myself calm down. Let's say like that. But I don't know. I guess in this case it is yet another way to try and minimally try to see if you can enable easiness to come back to your life. Let's say like that. But I don't know. I think it all takes time, and when you can fully put it into practice, you end up learning that certainly these things can and will feel good. But I don't know. I I have been appreciating something like that since quite a long time, and in this case, I have yet once again to fully become aware of its extent of usefulness, because the more I keep immersing myself in that, the more I learn from those experiences. But I don't know. I don't know. I guess it is quite crazy, and yeah, I guess. Anyways, let me let me drink water. No, for real. Also, it is almost. It was almost in time for the hour mark. I don't know why, or I don't know how is it that I timed that perfectly. Wow, not so perfectly, but yeah, coincidences. Also, I think okay. I think I have something. I just realized about something because I didn't really enjoy that much criticizing others, but at the same time, this one encounter with a completely outlying process of dealing with reality quite shocked me. And I mean, it is almost impossible for me to not get surprised by these things because they are certainly in no way related to how I interact with life, let's say. But I don't know. I I am amazed to realize that I don't know how many different ideas are ruling my own life. And oh yeah, don't worry, Sharko. I am doing it properly. I I don't I take that quite seriously, and I don't go into stream. I think I have never come here without ever having my 2 liter bottle of water. So I do take it quite. I do try to hydrate. I don't have something like a hydrate ready because I consciously think about it, and I have it on my eyesight. Oh, stretching. I guess I don't really stretch, but at the same time, do you do you know that meme about the guy who is sitting uprightly? Um, I am I am doing that. I have one of those chairs that forces you to sit correctly. So I also am not having any problem with my position, unfortunately. But yeah, I, squatting I can do that, but I could do that, I guess. But I might be slacking there. That I think is um, something that I don't have, and I haven't thought out. I mean, yeah, I don't see why it would be. Yeah, I mean, why squat? After all, squatting is is more like physical activity. I Is there any particular benefit of that? I mean, after all, you can you can realize that it is more like yeah, physical training or something like that. It is not just like keeping yourself active or I don't know, but yeah, I might have to think about it. Anyways, yeah. Uh, thank you for reminding me. Still, I guess certainly sometimes I have seen those memes, or I even wanted to talk about it before. Um, but to keep your streamers hydrated, that's quite funny. So I don't get how people can forget to really hydrate themselves. I guess I I think in my case it happened that I got so worried about all of those things that I can't not think about it. But yeah, yeah, I see the necessity of reminding all of those activities and such things to be active. But yeah, anyways, uh, I was yeah, yeah, I was going back into what I was saying before. Sorry, um, I was exploring. I was talking about what is just I think literally now kind of realize was I certainly have a lot of different biases affecting my way of interacting with life. Although it seem very justified because after all I do have a supposedly valid reasons to be real, what doesn't invalidate not just my life, but overall capacity of interacting with others and learning from their experiences and their ways of being in this world end up making out of this quite a wonderful thing because believing so much in what is only my is that I get the chance having a more dialogue with others and it does happen. I might be losing probably chance of getting even more immerse myself, I guess, into the whole into the whole side of enjoy being in the presence of those who are willing to share their time with somebody like me. Because after all, when you are so predisposed to argument against what somebody is believing is part of their life, what you might be only doing is, albeit unconsciously, telling them that they are already wrong and that they might they might have been living their whole life incorrectly, let's say. So I guess yeah, kind of kind of weird to see that so much ego can be in which you believe that you are well in life and that you are having things go correctly because you're taking all the proper measures compared to those who are having more problems because they are not believing exactly what you are believing. But I don't know. I I can't really explain any of what I just really said. I guess in this case we are really exploring, starting to to take on challenge of analyzing what I am trying to talk about as I am literally mentioning it. Because as I said before, I wanted to criticize something that was outside of me and that I saw as something at first hand quite unnecessary, but at the same time, these things are tools for others to survive. How much of a chance do I really have at saying, no, this doesn't work? If this is very much the same thing as believing in a god or something like that, because I may not be in that same space myself, but to try and remove from others those so useful visions of reality is really to kill those flames that keep moving a lot of, which I certainly know that personally I can't deny it as they have done so by themselves. Because even more, as I said before, I guess, already starting with the left foot in terms of, no, you are completely wrong, is already quite disrespectful. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess I would like to, I would like to move. to give it a closure. Maybe that ends up being certain situations to turn into understandable comparisons. See, things are being psycho moving forward in life, and after that, trying to take out and cleanse from those notions so that if you are willing to talk with the other person, you can provide to them the proper tools to upgrade their vision even more. Say like that. But yeah, I don't know. It is quite complex for me. Try to mention it. I guess I will have to think about that later on. Um, yeah, a little bit of taming the ego, I guess. I don't know. I anyways, let me, as always, let me somewhat do something different. And after that, we are probably going to finally start with the proper list of ideas. I I don't know. Quite crazy. Anyways, water. Wait, was that an IRL case? What? IRL case? What do you mean? I what what do you mean? Um, I mean, certainly what I was talking about was something that I experienced, but I don't really get to. Yeah, sorry for not understanding what do you mean in your question. Like, if if it was something that I already dealt with, or what? I I can that that what what um I I am I'm sorry, but I don't get what are you trying to say? What? S- what? I yeah, I guess a general thing. Okay, okay. What I just talked about. Yeah. Okay, 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 okay. L- What I just said was this started from a more personal thing because as I said, I wanted to criticize something, but as I was about to do it, I noticed how utterly unnecessary it was, and after that, I kept, let's say, analyzing it, trying to make sense out of my actions and converting that into something more comprehensible than just a wow. I want to berate on somebody's way of interacting with the world, but yeah, I I wouldn't know if I guess it is personal, but at the same time, it ends up having that side of general because the way to engage with that idea was I I presented that I wanted to do something, and after that, I took apart my actions into a manner in which you can see what was it that you saw, and all of those things ended up quite useful to come to that conclusion that I ended up finishing with. But no, no, I don't think it was a Karen. It simply is. Sometimes you feel that Don't worry, Klondike. Eh, I don't think you miss anything particularly surprising, I will say. I hope so. Yeah, welcome back. Um, I just, it just happened that I didn't really myself have an interaction. It was more like outright almost making fun out of somebody, let's say, because this person talk about this concept of something very similar to zodiac signs and such. And certainly, my first idea was to say, how is it that you can go and talk about those things, and how is it that you can believe in such a tiny world when the reality was what I said before? A lot of times people uses those things to keep themselves motivated, and albeit it is certainly quite unreasonable to believe those things. How much of a reason do I have when I believe that by simply thinking about the stuff, I can reach proper conclusions, let's say. It is like trying to do the same thing to me instead of just attacking somebody else. After all, it doesn't really mean that much when I am not even going after somebody with what I am saying here. And yeah, it simply happened that I realized what I was saying was quite a contradiction based on my own way of seeing my own self, let's say. But yeah, yeah, I hope that that's understandable. To answer your question, I hope. But yeah, also, I don't know why I'm getting cold. I think it is getting. Anyways, yeah. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I said I wanted to move, and I forgot. I okay. I had one idea. Okay, I I was going with. I was thinking, and yeah, yeah. No, it isn't winter right now. It is almost. We're in the middle of what is it? Autumn. We are still waiting for winter to arrive, but climate change made it so that we are feeling the coldest temperatures right now instead of in winter. So that's why it it gets quite cold. But yeah, you could say that it is winter, and I mean, in my side of the country, isn't that normal to see snow? And it will supposedly even snow this winter, so we don't know yet. But yeah, it is cold, quite cold. Um, I guess yeah, it is getting cold. But what I wanted to say was, I was thinking, I was I was putting my mind onto this whole idea of the other day. I realized quite crazily how it is that we can be in so many things at the same time, but not just try to be multitasking. Rather, efficiently, can one properly deal with a lot of different actions that involve conscious efforts to properly be doing things without failing at doing them. And I was not just mentioning it as a simple thing, but rather as something quite surprising, because I don't see it being so much talk about. It is more like we have it as a given thing, when in reality, we already started with this whole thing of even possessing rationality as human beings. And we even started with the most basic type of understanding of reality, because we started to see and to think for ourselves. And even more nowadays, we can do I think the minimum is like two. The normal is supposedly three. And if you were to push yourself, you can even do four different type of tasks at the same time without failing in even one of them. And the wonderful thing is we don't talk about it. Or not a wonderful thing, because it is quite sad to see that we do not pay attention to what is that capacity when in reality it literally is something that can give you the chance at getting an advantage in whatever it is that you are doing. Because it ends up showing you that if you were to fully put your attention in one thing, how much you can perform by doing that cannot really be even expected by you. Because what is more actions is a lot bigger than what you can at first hand expect, and also it's certainly a show of not only we're in a place in which we can interact freely with the world, we're also having the chance of doing so many things that we take as a given. And this is also something that I have been trying to see properly for the longest time. That is how many things we take for granted in our life. And to realize that we believe we will always remain capable of feeling, let's say, such rational skills is almost I wouldn't say sad. I don't it's simply sad. It is just complex to not be capable of appreciating what we possess. And I simply state that as something sad. I believe it might be very well the beginning of something better. In this case, trying to make the argument that ends up being, after all, maybe. Yeah. I mean, certainly, you can even go for that, or you can. I wanted to clap back, but I don't even remember what is your concept. I think I know it is something that seems quite cloudy, but I don't even remember what was it. It is like it is not a shark that I get, but it is a pink, a fluffy thing that has a detached tail that is also what, and that's all that I remember. Um, but yeah. I know it is not a shark. That I get, I comprehend. Um, but the rest, so far, I think the concept of what no sharko itself is, I haven't understood. But yeah, we have a lot of gifts and we have a lot of capacities. We have a lot of things that we can enjoy. Let's say, but it is quite wonderful to see it. And yeah. I even if there were to be a little bit more than just a shark, it is nice to be capable of expressing such things. I believe, and I don't really know if the point is to try and just be appreciative of those skills, or if it is something more related to maybe there's occasions in which we get and we even more what we already had in our and after all of these things are certainly not so casual and not so easy to have, let's say. But I don't know. I haven't really trying to put it properly into type of perspective. So I will simply keep trying to do that. So far, that was my observation, I guess. And but well, I guess with that, we can conclude this first half. Um, I don't think it is the half, but yeah, I don't know how much we're going to go today, but we can conclude section of just talking. I will sadly have to start opening Krita and all of that, so it take me like, but yeah, that's me just talking. Thank you. So yeah, let me open up Krita. Also, this has nothing to do with anything else, but I got a cramp on my leg, and I wasn't capable of removing. I am pain because of that. I want to complain. I, I, I guess probably what's stopping me from that also removing a cramp takes a little bit of the cramp itself pain, and I don't want to deal with that, so I prefer keep complaining. Let's say, but I don't know. We will see how I keep on living with my non-existing left leg being cramped. Yeah. Anyways, Greta, I told you to open. Is this at the very least initializing? Is this getting somewhere? Okay, yeah, there it is. Greta, loading main window. Until we have to wait for Greta to function, I guess. Also, oh yeah, I need to. I don't have it here, so give me. What? I disappeared? What? Aha! I didn't disappear. I didn't. I didn't disappear. So, no, thank you. Uh, file. New. Ah, I, I should have gotten already shut over here because I need to monitor that outside of this PC because certainly I am a one monitor peasant, so I can't watch it. I can't be consistently alt tabbing like at every single minute just to try and see if it is all going correctly or not in the PC. Let me. As always, this takes a little bit of time for me to open and such. But here we have Greta. Chat is for here. The phone. Uh, or at the very least, it is loading. So that's already a begin. Um, are you? Do you want to load, Greta? Okay. There it is. There it is. Nice. Um, and now we have this. Let me do the final test. I want to see. No, I need to. Uh, okay, there it is. Everything functions. So I can close this. I can transition into here, and I will need to get my notebook. So I will require like a minute to get it, and also coincidentally enough, because I also need to get as I said before, I have drank too much water, so things happen biologically speaking. I need to do something with all of that water that I consumed. So yeah. Give me a second, please. Like, I guess like 1 minute or so. Um, oh, now complete silence. He really puts that P in potato. What the fuck did she mean by that? I am back. I am. I am back. I. What? Anyways, I got the. I don't have that much of a big desktop, so it is kind of complex for me to fit everything here. Anyways, I have to change this to here. Hello. I don't have to close anything here, right? Oh, yeah, I can close this just in case. So we have to. I I have to decide what we're going to talk about today. Think that I didn't want to really do before, but the reality is I didn't have any necessity of doing it. No, yeah, I understood that it was a pee joke. No problem. So we will have for today, after like finally what a beautiful thing to go back into, or beautiful thing that I haven't really defined yet. Um, we are going to talk about, let me, how much? I guess at the very least, as I said before, five. So let me try. I got fucking scared by extreme elements. Let me try to do five, yeah? Uh, okay, we have first and foremost. I hope I don't have anything done before, because that will be quite funny for me to have forgotten to cross out of this list here. But yeah, yeah, list. That's what we have in front of us, or what we are going to have once I add more than one article. Um, Also, no. Okay, that's one. Second one is, let me, just in case, let me write this off so that I don't go over it. Just okay. Start. Yeah, yeah. I have been quite surprised myself also because I didn't really expect to get that capable of writing faster. I guess after like probably how much it has costed me or how much time I have put into this, like 10 hours or so at this point, I guess I finally start to see some advances in all of that. But yeah, it is better than before at the very least. So with that, I am happy. And with that, I achieved some degrees of um, satisfaction because I don't have to spend as much time putting so much attention into whatever it is that I am writing here. I, okay, let me so, so um, 3. Well, I guess the only thing that I still kind of worry about is sometimes I don't fully write that well some letters. I guess I I hope it is understandable, readable, as they will say. Something like this kind of worries me because they are not really separated when they should be. But anyways, as long as nobody complains, I will keep making the same mistakes. Uh-huh. Um, let me also write this off. Uh-huh. Uh, one, two. Wait, how many? Wait, three? Okay, three. We need two more. I guess, Sharko, you might be seeing something that seems completely nonsensical, so it it is quite understandable your reaction. But wait, because it will reach a point in which I will explain what is being shown here. It is not so random. Don't worry. Let's go with one easy. Oh, what? Sometimes it lags. Nice. I don't know if these words really even exist, but I put that there. I guess it exists. That is, and I need only one more. It should be. I guess I only have four in reality to choose, or do I have more? Hmm. 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 Ah, wait, here, I found one. I found one. This I didn't fully write off, so nice. Here it is. With this, we have finally a list of topics the topics that we're going to talk about tonight. Wow, the ideas that I know I can explain without feeling like I am randomly trying to put sentences in order. So, yeah, here we have, at the very least, five. I don't know how much they will take me, but we are going to do out of them. An idea to for them. give me, please give me a second. Guessing it's the canvases. I guess there is no hotkey for me to make a new layer. Easter. I yeah, I want to be cheap. I can't be cheap. Uh, this needs to be understandable. So give me a second to with new canvas. But yeah. We have we have this draft of ideas now. It is my responsibility to try and explain what they mean, what we can learn about whatever those titles are, and for whoever wants to try and make sense out of what I said and integrate the knowledge. Because that's how this works. So yeah, let's play like that. The first idea is working cleverly. So let's finally start with this. I'm pretty sure, mm, pretty sure to some extent I already talked about this also. I I hope I didn't really forget to write anything. I am going to. I mean I am just going to lose time because I don't even remember if I did it before. But yeah, here we are. We start the night, kind of, with working cleverly. The first concept that pertains to this whole realm of what are some tools that you can utilize in life, let's say. What is trying to do something in better ways? I think I always used to stick to one type of structure. Um, yeah. certainly it is ironic, but I guess I my problem is I forgot to check. Not to check to write this off. So I also kind of a good reminder because I need to write the other thing that I copied off and I didn't. Okay, here. I knew I didn't do it and I was going to repeat it just in case. There it is. But yeah. So, as always, we start with what is this thing about? With the why? Because it is always necessary to ask what are we going to talk about? What's the necessity? What's the necessity, sorry, of trying to even think about such an idea? And I think it is pretty obvious that when it comes to concepts like this, like working in a more efficient manner, it you might see different benefits out of utilizing your time properly and utilizing whatever type of resources you have in your hands to tube your yeah propel yourself towards your goals in manners in which you get to enjoy the benefits earlier than if you were kind of obviously inefficiently try to do such things. So, as I said before, why or why question mark? Uh-huh. Um, this starts with Will what? I think there is an easy way to say it, like make your existence easier, but at the same time, it doesn't really mean that much to say it. Um, okay, let's say like this. Okay, here, finally. So, as I said before, we start always with why will contemplating such a thing be in any way useful? Because for ergonomics, yeah, it is necessary. I mean, it was pretty useful also for this because yeah, it, it talks about such things that not directly any book, but I have heard about it through different lessons that I have consumed. Yeah, and the different ways in which ergonomics are considered when it comes to work is useful. After all, it is pretty much kind of the same thing as what we probably are going to talk here and articulated in different manners simply. But yeah, I have heard about it. And continue with this. Because, as I said before, why? Answer is because reaching your goals and utilizing your time in a more efficient manner, allowing you to get to your objectives in less time, will is your responsibility. In terms of basically, you will obtain or you will earn the capacity of not having to deal with so many things at once. This is quite a little bit more complex to explain, but it can be summed up in we always have things to deal with. So if you were to work more organizedly to those different goals that you have that you can deal and dispatch all of them in a faster manner, you will end up seeing that when even more impending necessities do appear in front of you, you don't have to struggle so much as you did before. Because certainly, all of these things are in some way or another um, heavy loads that one has to carry. And it's just to ease in some way um, the burdens that end up being dealing with them gives you the capacity of not having to struggle so much after all. And yeah, that's just in case, as I said before, the why we are even observing such things. Now for real, because that's literally the preamble to all of this, I guess. Moving into how this works, how all of these ideas start, and how. No. How. Also, if you're still here, like, I have an excuse now as to why I don't write stuff. And that is, I try to do it and it crash Krita consistently every single time I try to initialize the writing tool when I'm streaming. So that's why I don't use it. Yeah. Pain. I mean, I try to see it as because I have to choose what I am talking about more consciously. I end up writing, quote unquote, writing better sentences. That's just a reasoning, but it might not be that way. Also, what the fuck? Yeah, yeah, I get what. But I don't really know. I guess I will have to try even installing that. I certainly haven't used that here at the very least on stream, so maybe I can try that next time. Um, it would be quite useful to find something less resource intensive on my PC in terms of all of this. But yeah, yeah, I will. Let me write it down. Spain. Okay, there it is. I mean, hmm, I see what I see what you say. Yeah, but at the same time, Sharko, what happens is the people that you surround you with should be capable of understanding where your capacities are and assuming that you find yourself in a healthy environment. It shouldn't happen that because you're doing things correctly, you're getting more and more burdened by more and more responsibilities. It simply happens that you are doing things correctly so that you can have a simpler existence, let's say. Um, I think one of the best examples is, or at the very least, what I remember was this guy from Japan who didn't knew how the work system functions there. So he, as an outsider, thought that he had 8 hours to do as much as he needed. What ended up happening was he was more and more burdened because his boss kept giving him more and more responsibility. And the problem was on itself, there wasn't a system which allows the guy to not be overwhelmed by responsibility because they assume that if you ask for more, you're completely willing to take all of that responsibility. And they don't really um, stop to think if you are simply saying that you have performed your job or not. But reality is, in a, I guess, sadly, in a perfect world where you are working shouldn't require you to kill, um, I can say that, shouldn't require you to exhaust yourself to death because they think that you can keep performing in an even better and better state the more you keep using your energies in all of those things. But yeah, um, after all, what you say is true. One hand, sadly, we don't live in a world in which we can avoid those problems. But what should be, at the very least, a type of consolation is you can, in some way or another, try to find those places of healthy people that understand that you, like everyone else, has their limits. You shouldn't be pushing yourself so much. But yeah, continuing with this. Now, as I said, well, I think I didn't say this, no? Okay. We started with the how, with how is it that we can even begin to picture such an idea, and that is, we all find ourselves having things that we desire or we know we have to achieve. Be it, as I said before, because of responsibilities or because of different interests that are born out of our own lives. We have different goals that must be fulfilled. So, in the act of thinking and in the act of accepting that you have certain things to do, you now take upon, and this is pretty clearly, yeah, I mean, pretty related to what I said before. Here it is, the responsibility to work for such things. Yes, sorry. Not sorry, what? Yes, sorry. Why did I say sorry? Yes, I am writing with a mouse. Why did I say sorry? Yes, I am writing with a mouse. I I am, and also welcome, Gael. Um, sorry, I don't know. Sorry, I guess. I don't know where that sorry came from. Anyways, as I said before, it happens that you find out that you have now the responsibility to try and use your time to work for that desire that you created or that necessity that you know you have to fulfill. But here is where we find the first problem. I will say it like that. I don't. Okay, let me let me just talk about this, and after that I will explain also why this is not so much of a problem. But yeah, thank so forgiving people. I appreciate that. Ah, something without age. I saw you. Sometimes things end up looking quite weird. Sometimes it is okay. Um, so, as I said before, you learn that you have a responsibility, and now it is that we find the problem. Because there is something to satisfy, be it a necessity or a desire, the sense of urgency for that said thing is getting bigger and bigger. And the problem is because such a thing is taking more and more of yourself, you don't get to realize that sadly you might be losing focus of what was the original goal because certainly now in your hands is more and more that we end up moving sometimes from just a desire or a this is okay, it's something also quite different and also a hi mama before I forget hi mama and there is also something called levels of because you thinking and you keep noticing that you have certain interests in things, what does happen in your life is you end up moving towards those particular objectives with a faster sense of urgency and you end up moving what was a not so high priority into tiers of more probably undeserved importance just because you want to satisfy such a desire or as I said before meet such a requirement for you to keep going, let's say. So now, I think this is quite not so easy. As always, this is not so easy. The descriptions that I make might be quite wrong in some cases, but at the very least, the main idea is something like this. Now, let me write. Um, so, I still struggle with that. Thank you, Klondike. I was doing anything. Thank you. I mean, I hope vision and perception are interchangeable, right? If I'm wrong, they are. If I am not wrong, they are the same. In this case, um, yeah, yeah, yeah. I I imagine that it was very similar, but sometimes I assume that they mean the same. I don't really. So yeah, I something quite funny. I made the emote, and it got. I I didn't say anything, but the colors got fucking destroyed. I don't know what's wrong with my settings on here, but they kinda corrupted colors. I don't know how to explain it. guess. I wouldn't really know which one tend to use. After all, I guess probably perception would be more correct to use in this case. But because this is about the present self, which you are uh, without without immersing so much in this whole thing before I finish writing it. You, what happens is you're sacrificing too much of the present in order to gain something in the future, without realizing how much you can do things better in the present. So I guess perception would be correct in this case. I guess. Um, yeah. Yeah. Therefore, your ways. Let's say like this. Possess with double S. I guess. Um, and also, I'm going to run out of space this way. Um, do this. Finally, that's the point that I wanted to say. So, what we finished was because there is something that you want to do, you decided to possess. Possess. Ah, haha! I left that space because I knew it went there. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah. As I was saying, it does happen that you have something that you want to obtain or you need to obtain. Therefore, you start to build up more and more a sense of urgency towards obtaining such a thing. But when you do that, you don't become aware of how much you're blinding yourself into acting in less efficient ways. Without, I don't think it is necessary to explain such things. But yeah, now the response to such a concept is the easiest way of envisioning this is always by taking a step back and observing your actions and realizing how much it is that your desire for such things has taken control over your ways of acting. It is that you can now, paradoxically, start yourself to go back into what are your ways of treating such objectives and realizing that maybe there are some things that you can correct, there are some things that you can optimize, and there are some things that you can, let's say, change for the better. Because once again, if it isn't understandable enough, it doesn't happen that every single desire that one has is embedded with errors or embedded with things that might go wrong. It does happen simply that throughout life we have a tendency towards setting up goals that take a lot of our time. And because we spend so much time simply doing the tasks that might lead us to perceive the benefits that we are looking for or that we are needing, we don't realize sometimes how much we have become our own blocking the rocks in our own path, let's say. Therefore, when you accept that it might happen that somehow you have once again created inside of you such an overwhelming necessity for something and realize with which things you were doing wrong, you might obtain then the capacity of facing such things. The problem is obviously, as it might happen in some cases, I am not saying anything particularly specific, certainly, because it does help. It doesn't need to be so specific. It does happen in a lot of different ways, and it can, I believe, happen in almost any field of life. And yeah, yeah, it pretty much is a self-imposed prison. Um, After all, there is this other concept that traces back to this, you know, because you have created so much of your so much of a dependency on something that you wish to obtain. You have now blinded yourself towards the different errors that you have made and that you have established so that you will somehow satisfy such um, desires, be them obligations or not. So once you get to, let's say, escape that, you get what was the starting point of this to work in a better way because it is necessary for you. I believe it is necessary, it is in some way minimally useful to realize that maybe you're spending more time than what would be optimal just because you want something. I mean, I think everybody here will get it if I talk about this particular thing. In art, there is one concept in which sometimes by over focusing on tiny details that nobody will ever notice in the different things that you are creating, you end up spending more hours ever than what was really necessary for you to finish such a creation. Once again, be it a painting, a drawing, whatever. So it isn't that you shouldn't add soul to your creations. It isn't that you should be more gold with what you're making. It is once again going back and seeing, is it really going to change anything of what you are doing if you don't spend, let's say, 10 more minutes detailing every single hair? Is it going to really make a difference? And obviously, I am in this case, I am not talking about something that quite opposes this. That is the notions that you have about your work yourself. We are not talking about how much you are conscious about the errors that you might be committing, because that is also something different. We are assuming that you are capable of doing your job properly, or that you had at some point the capacity of doing it, but now, because you are so immersed in the, as I said before, the desire to fulfill such a necessity created by yourself, you have blinded you towards those actions that don't simply allow you to get those point, yeah, to those points of satisfaction, simply put. So yeah, this is the whole concept. This is the first concept that we can talk about today. Now, I, let me write this off. So thank you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Anyways, I wanted to say something in particular because I remembered um, here on there is something that you sense and there is something that you start to work yourself towards. I don't think I can fit that. I let me say it, and if I see how I can fit it somewhere, I will try to talk about put that in the graphic. But there is a concept that certainly is quite interesting because as humans we possess certain certain capacities towards sensing urgency in our actions, and because we are capable of realizing how much something is important to achieve, we can properly put our efforts towards those things. Here we are not talking about overvaluing things from the get-go. We are talking in those instances in which you were capable of understanding how much of a necessity it was for you to obtain something. Later on, other things were not so necessary, let's say, or not so important, and also it's a stream element. Um, There is a command. there is there is a command. Bot, give me a second. Mr. Bot, are you there? We don't work anymore. Thank you. I I will have to add the link manually. I love you. Stream element. Once again, failing me. The best moment possible. Here, here. Wait. Found the link. I found the link. It wasn't that much of a distraction. Um, yeah, I don't know. The bot literally dropped the interesting in socials, Discord, Twitter link, anything else. Use commands. And it fucking never responded back. And that's the link. Thank you. Um, anyways, I was going with. It happens that sometimes you might set up objectives towards things, and those things might be real priorities. We are not questioning those. We are talking when you know that you have a certain sense of urgency towards something, and out of nowhere, kind of, you start to overwork yourself, trying to obtain those. So, certainly, what we are mentioning here has nothing to deal with really important and pressing matters in life. I hope that that's understandable because certainly this doesn't mean that, I don't know. This example is always something like if you know that you're going to drown, it doesn't mean that you should stop trying your best to stay on the surface of the water. We are talking about you want to get a house. How much of a necessity is for you to spend every single day working yourself until you fall asleep on your chair instead of just trying to work the minimal amount of hours to keep living. If you are sacrificing more than what you're gaining, that's when this becomes a useful concept. Not when you are literally risking everything to keep yourself alive, let's say. I hope, as I said before, this is in some way comprehensible. But yeah, that's the first one. Now, once again, we make another canvas. That was the first idea. Nice. I don't know how much it really took me to explain. So that's a funny thing. I think it took me like 20 minutes, I guess. I don't I don't really know. Anyways, also, okay, yeah. We haven't had any particular frame drop so far. I am I am happy with that, but I alt tabbed and now Critizen was crashing. Why? Let's give it a second. Drink water. Okay, this back. Thank you, Krita, for not crashing. Thank you for being such a kind god. Now, yeah, moving on to the second idea of the night. No. It didn't crash. It didn't crash. Don't worry, don't worry. It didn't crash. We survived the struggles. Hmm. I mean, I understand the idea. I okay, okay, okay. Um, I guess certainly the mouse can be taken as something along the lines of a wireless mouse, but I don't think I will be capable of buying a wireless mouse with all of this. Calm down, Hastur, I am trying. But also welcome. That's I was trying to not crash everything while trying to make your desires come true. There it is. Ah, wait, it is muted. That's why. There it is. There it is. There it is. Calm down, brother. There it is. So yeah, 52. At 57, I will have to stop that. I will try my best. Um, so yeah, Shane. Okay, as always, I think this thing is why. Oh. I think this is my cheapest card to always pull off. What the fuck? Why? What the fuck did he mean? What? Why was this held back by Automod? What? This is this is a worm. What? No, wait, I denied that. No, no, guy. Sorry, my bad, but my bad. It was literally a worm. I sorry, I didn't mean to deny that. Why was a fucking worm denied by Automod? What? Uh, I guess that's an insult or something. I don't see. Oh, allow. Wow, behold, worm. I don't know. No, 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 no. I have to do it every single message. No, people. Uh, good luck sending worms. I am not going to accept them. I. No. But anyways, yeah. Yeah, continuing. After the worm incident. Also, I hope it isn't loud, the guitar riff, but we have it, so we're happy with that at the very least. Okay, okay, okay. Fine. Huh. There it is. There it is finally. After like 5 minutes of writing, here we have the first point. Ah, so what we're talking about is noticing an imagination. And as always, as I said, we start with the question of why. Why is it that we should even try to contemplate such an idea? All of this, what? Sorry, all of this relates to creativity, and I don't think it is that strange to anybody to talk about creativity as something that is very important for our life. Therefore, if we were to make it even more useful for us and even bigger, let's say more refined in what remains of our existence, is to help oneself. I I know that sometimes I lack enough words to describe it, but at the same time, I don't think there is enough comprehension of how much creativity can really help in understanding single, because certainly it can be translated not just into creative endeavors themselves, but even also in the capacity that you possess as an individual to deal with problems that might, just because you're capable of devising how utilizing one tool in a different, have found out used it for the, even if that task seemed to be completely repetitive before. So once again, this doesn't seem to be just related to what is creativity. It's a process of, let's say, yeah, creating uh, something purely abstract. It can be applied on a lot of areas in life. Anyways, that's the justification for this point. So now, finally starting with this. Also, it has been more than 5 minutes, right? Yeah, it has been 6 minutes. Ta-da! We're back. Clock sounds. So, I have to start this. I I, I forgot to write the. Pardon me. Intrinsic. The problem is so. Okay, yeah. So, This is I think a lot of what I explained here is really translated into here, but just in case, the imagination itself is one of the most basic parts of what ends up being the creative process that anybody has. If you lack the capacity of imagining whatever it is that you want to do, or the problem is when somebody says imagination, the most common thing always ends up being just picturing stuff in your mind. Sometimes imagination is simply being capable of putting it down into words or moving what you can sense into sounds, what you can once again envision into an image, but in the physical world. Whichever type of imagination, it doesn't simply mean um, thinking or speaking. It, it occupies every single space that is related to being creative, not just so short as, wow, if you want to draw, this is the only tool that you have, or only if you want to draw, this is what you need to know. If you want to do anything else that is creative, this won't help. No, once again, this is for this big general idea of any kind of imagination that you might have to use in your life. Now, continuing, how is it that you work on such a thing, and how is it that you can move from such just saying that you better one to fully realizing that onto reality? And I guess here I will have to be excused once again. I will make multiple points because just one won't be enough, and I can't move from one to another. They are not really that translatable. Um, you can start from wherever it is that you want. Reality. Aha. So you want to be that. Okay. It's understandable now to say manifestation because manifesting, I will use it anyways. Yeah, yeah. That's the problem. I don't really just mean manifesting as in, oh yeah, have to believe hard enough and it will happen. More like manifesting as in different actions or steps that you need to take to get that thing to come into reality. Let's say if I were to want to eat some ice cream, let's suppose that in this modern world, because I already possess the money, the most logical thing will be if I want to manifest ice cream on my life, I will have to spend some money, call somebody to buy ice cream for me, and get the delivery. Therefore, I will have manifested the ice cream in front of me by doing a series of actions. It isn't like, oh my god, I will put in front of me an empty cup and I will think hard enough. And at some point, it will appear ice cream out of nowhere, and I will have manifested ice cream now. More, more in terms of the steps that you need to follow for that to happen. But yeah, here, take into consideration that I very much explain what is manifesting. I only have to go over the other thing that is learning about what is it that you want. Because sometimes it also happens that we might have minimally complicated, complex interests, be it because we haven't really understood what is it that we want, or be it because we just know that we want something without even understanding. Once again, what are the steps necessary to have such a thing? If we were to take properly the time and observe how is it that one might be capable of obtaining on their hands such such an aspiration, it will become an easier path to do, yeah, to get there, or to once again, in this case, utilize different sources and different energies that you possess towards doing these things than if you were to simply keep striving every single day. Very much, very related this one to what we talked about before. Because in that case, we were just talking about work. In this case, we're more also observing it from the creativity process, and what ends up being a reality is what one has to deal one has to deal with, sorry, is the necessity to consistently be capable of changing the plan so that you can adapt into the objective that you decided to set, or if it isn't even the same objective, because also it happens that with time, what you decided to say at first was going to be useful ended up changing its shape. So yeah, that's the first one. Continuing. In this case, something that is there are a lot of similarities between all of these things, and certainly, um, as I said before, you can't really translate them, but at the same time, you can see how they apply all very similar manners. Because in this case, it is consuming knowledge of said thing to form a better picture, as in, here you're just learning about what you want. Here you're consuming what is already out there, available to form yourself, once again, a better picture referring to what is it that you want to achieve and what is it that you want to Utilize your imagination onto what is that you want to, in these cases, be capable of doing with your skills, or even if it is possible for you to increase your skills to achieve it in a better way. All of those things take certainly different types of consumption of energy, because in this case, what you this might not be fully explained here, but what this is more about is commonly the best way in which you can consume knowledge about what you are having an interest on is getting from past experiences. In, in this point, in the first one, what happens is you first need to even get to know what is it that you want. So probably you don't need to hear previous experiences. What you need to have in hand is just the understanding of what is it that you're trying to go for, and what are the steps necessary for all of those things to exist in the world. In this case, you could maybe picture a transference from here to here. Maybe, maybe, because here you already know what you are dealing with. Therefore, from here, it is that you transfer your time into perfecting what ends up being your craft. And the final step is, well, not final, not final. Once again, once again, this isn't really. Uh, you start here and you move from here. All of these states are interchangeable, and more often than not can really be multiple, yeah, throughout multiple instances, mm, explored in any type of creative process. Sorry, but yeah, now here. I will, I will have to. I will just in case check here. I am pretty sure I use assess. No, no, I didn't use assess. I use possess. Okay. I hope it is correctly written. In order to make it, I mean, it is kind of redundant to say make it better, no? To make it clear to you. Okay. No. Okay, there it is. The second S. Thank you. Um, Here it is. Wow. Finally, here the final point of this. Assessing your method in order to make it clear to yourself what needs to be changed. Once again, so that you can get an even better and cleaner process creative process, because all of this, if it isn't clear enough, is to help yourself obtain what you have been already going for. Just accepting that it will be a possibility that you might, in a way, not really be capable of fully doing all that you can, but by knowing that it might be possible for you, by just observing what you have been already doing, to realize where is it that you have been slacking and which things is it that you might change in some way or another. By accepting such responsibilities, you will obtain now the capacity of getting to improve even more. And I, I, I think this. I don't really like those type of pictures, but you can make it very cyclical, something like this, and that ends up going back to this whole part, because if you were to accept sometimes that there is something that you can improve, maybe you need to go back to what is it that you were even trying to achieve, or which process is it that you were using, because sometimes it happens that we don't really fully see what's in front of us because we already assume that we know to its fullest which things we are going for and which things we are putting our efforts into. So it takes some time. Once again, there is no one unique starting point, and I am pretty sure there is always variation from one place to the other, and it takes out of this, if it isn't always enough, out of this takes patience. Creativity isn't something that can be forced. It it is something that can be trained, certainly. And I mean, I don't know if I need to put that in particular, but something that is also true. Creativity can't be completely squeezed, let's say. You can't run out of creativity. Maybe you will be no more capable of making up stuff from what you already know after a certain point of already using the same type of concepts over and over. Because there is a certain, not a certain, there is a complete limit over how much iterations you can do of the same idea. But what is the act itself of simply using your analysis on such things by itself is not something that can stop happening unless, in this case, we're assuming that the person who is on the other side is completely healthy. If you were to probably suffer some type of brain injury, it might be a possibility, true, but the reality is everyone is capable some way or another of improving. And in this same case, or continuing with that same argument, I guess I have to put that. I have written this word times to know that it is written like this. No? Uh, I I will guess. I will assume it is written like that. Anyways, now finally finishing with this. As I said, there is this whole notion that I also had to mention. Sometimes you also believe that you can only perform if things are perfect, and by accepting that it won't be a possibility for you to reach such states of perfection, there is that you gain the capacity of being so surrounded by the problems born out of setting up too much expectations on things that might never be fully. Because the reality itself is, in one too many times, we start to set up more and more things that need to be perfect for us to deal with what ends up being related to our actions, to our desires, to our objectives, without realizing that what we are doing is only blocking ourselves in the path of realizing that very same actions that we say so much that we need. So yeah, ignoring at the very least a minimum. What is that sense of? I knew it was. Ah, there it is. Fixed. We are happy now for real. Yeah. Continuing by accepting that not everything will be capable of reaching the best state possible before you can perform, then it is that you can perform your best. Yes, what matters is how much you perform, how much everything has been fully going well, consciously or unconsciously for you. But yeah, that's, I think I shouldn't be forgetting anything particular. So that's a make of, yeah, that's everything this point has to offer so far. I think I I think so. Yeah, I will say everything about this one, right? Let me. Oh, me. You know, not the second one. I still have three. I haven't already done. I know I stopped at like an hour and almost a half on the of just rambling. I know that, but the reality is how much I have been going already. I have been taking 45 minutes to explain everything. What? This space is going to take. Probably I am going to finish that like. Oh no. Anyways, we're going to see this thing until its very end. And so yeah, we're moving. This is going to. Oh no. Let's just do. Anyways, new canvas. Also, before moving on, once again, they cannot like anything. Yes, I haven't, but let me finish this bottle of water, and after that I will take my hand. Because what comes in needs to come out. Say, so yeah, that's it. So for me, that has been 2 liters of water since we started. Now, the tiny, minuscule pause of like 1 minute or so. Also, what? What was there an incredibly big message there? What? What's that? I don't know what was that. Wait. Perhaps Chad died on screen? Yeah, I never realized that. I mean, I don't have. I am not watching the video itself. I don't know. We will assume it is. Well, I have to leave. See, I have to leave. When I'm back, I will check that. So I am not back because I am pretty sure the Stream Elements chat also died. Yeah. No. It didn't die. Okay. There is just like an incredibly big delay out of nowhere. I don't know what to say about that, but okay. I guess. Okay. Continuing. Anyways. Uh, so, we're back with this whole process of defining stuff. We left on noticing an imagination. And so, thank you. I am back, yeah. Finishing your errors. We're on this third point. Hello, Greta? Are we crashing, Greta? Oh my god. This can't be. Anyways, we didn't. Yet again, we didn't completely crash. It is only etching the crash itself. So, title was. So, okay. What was the third point to deal with? I didn't really have explained anything before I started immersing into the act of talking what they're about, no? But I think in this case it is kind of necessary at the very least for this because there is a certain yeah there are some things that are necessary to comprehend already by what one might mean by saying changing our own errors, let's say like that. It happens that certainly we have a lot of different difficulties in life and we have a lot of things that we have to deal with, and there are two ways by which you can observe this. The first one is the most well known definition, that being changing how is it that you perform, let's say, and how is it that you get to solve those problems that affect you in very clear manners by, once again, this is pretty much the explanation itself that I'm going to give later on more detailedly. No, sorry, completely condense this one by simply observing the errors that might happen and avoiding them so that they don't happen. And that is one side. The other one is also the one born out of sometimes we believe that we committed incredibly negative errors in our life, and the reality is what we believe is true because we believe it to be so. But what can also happen is we can start to observe the errors that we committed so that we could find different things that are not just the negative sides of our errors, but rather lessons to take from those times. So yeah, those are the two different paths that we possess here. And before doing that, the reality is, as always, we're going to start with the why. Yeah. And I think, I think overall, let's say like this. You know, finally, the explanation as to what it can be seen as the reason as to why we're even trying to consider anything contained inside of this one idea. What ends up being quite necessary to observe is that because we want to not have them happening in the future, or because we don't want to have them affecting our present so much when they happen in the past, be it whichever one of them, what we are always trying to obtain, or what we are trying to always go for, is to have less of a suffering related to the different errors that might happen. Once again, be it from the future or the past, either of those are big possibilities that we might be capable of dealing with. So the objective is, yet again, to lessen the amount of pain that one might go through. Because these things, these errors, once again, are not so negative as they might seem at first. But, anyways, now, starting with the proper explanation of this, as always, with the how. Well, I think this one is going to be a little bit shorter. I hope so. I think they kind of means the same, but at the same time, not so. There it is. Oh, so, as I said before, we start with the recognition that at first there are two different ways in which one might want to deal with our problems. In this case, we start with the future ones, the ones that we have yet to find in our lives, not the ones that have already happened, but the ones that we don't even know how might they happen, let's say. Or if we can barely recognize that they might be real, it's to see how is it that we can get ready to not have them happening anymore. So, now, the proper responses for them are very shortly, very shortly, these different four ways that I put here. First and foremost, starting readiness, accepting that problems might happen, probably will happen at that we should always try our best to not let them happen is the first step. Because if you were to somehow expect things to never get bad, or if you were to somehow expect things to stay completely calm as they are right now, you might be already starting to set up yourself to deal in a bit in a worse way, sorry, with different problems that might appear in the future. Second part is the countermeasures. And now that you have started to see where is it that things might happen, how is it that you might be capable of acting, now it is when you, let's say, accept that it is necessary to take action before these problems arrive, and to accept that these errors are going to not be so much of a stopping point for you, is to learn something quite useful, and that is how much you can really prevent them from happening in the future. And there is also something quite interesting on, I will say it's certainly that when everybody has, yeah, everybody has to face their problems. And when you understand it to such a point, it comes also a very good cognition that getting ready to deal with problems that are going to happen in the future is, let's say, bringing the pain of the future into the present, because you are enabling yourself to not have to deal with it when it is imminent in your face, but rather you're projecting onto the future once again your different tools so that you don't have in the future itself to deal with the negative things that might be coming your way. But yeah, um, if it wasn't understandable enough, certainly everybody has at some point or another mm, the necessity of facing their problems. And I think that is also why, on the third point here, it is necessary to know what is about preemptiveness, because it might not be clear enough. That not just being ready is necessary, but that overall it should also be capable of predicting where things might be coming from. And reality is also we might not be capable of fully predicting where problems might arrive and where things might get negative or get tricky. So, a very useful thing here is that the more you can be preemptive, or the most you can be preemptive on problems, is by always prioritizing to negate the negative sides of your actions and to prioritize negating the possible problems that might arise by accepting that every single possibility might go wrong. Therefore, you start to get ready for every single countermeasure that you might need to set up. And here is where it also gets kind of problematic, because it is in this connection between uh, all of these three previous concepts and the fourth one that you see something not so easy to deal with, let's say, and that is the understanding itself of the topic and the negative consequences of your actions and the problems or errors that might be coming your way. Because once you get to know enough about something, that is when you get to be capable of acting on behalf of the best of your interests. But if you have never even tried to absorb certain knowledge about the negative sides of things, you might not gain the capacity of dealing with them. You might not be capable of solving those negative aspects, and even more, obviously, you might not be capable of obtaining any of those things that you have been working so hard for, because those problems are going to, even if you don't see them, appear. And once you let a problem take control of you in the future, it is that you have lost everything that you have been so far right now working on. But once again, you will never know what happens in the future. You can only predict it and to the best of your capacity. And if the best of your capacities is one reality in which you lack all the tools to truly absorb the knowledge about it, then maybe the problem was not the understanding itself that you had, but the tools that were provided to you to try and understand. Say, mm, certainly, this that's not being contemplated here, but certainly, hmm, that is something more along the lines of the present, no? Uh, because there are going to always be unexpected issues and problems that might arise that you were truly incapable of observing, even if you believe that you were capable of seeing all the negative things that might happen. But that has to deal a little bit more with the skill of being in the moment and dealing with the situations. If a problem that arises out of nowhere ends up stripping you from getting to those desires that you had, maybe the reality was you were not ready to deal with such a thing. Not that say it as something negative, but rather to explain that you shouldn't let problems, once you have them in front of you, distract you from what you need to do. Because certainly these things are painful. Once again, as I said before, even you are, by assuming that in the future things might go wrong, you are putting all the pressure and all the pain of the future in the present to deal with it. You need to, in those cases of things out of nowhere getting bad, accept that things already got bad and you weren't even capable of seeing how they might have gotten bad to such a point. So now even more, it is necessary for you as an individual to try and learn from those things and to try and move forward from those things. You can't stay the whole of, well, I can't in any particular way and deal with what has just happened out of nowhere. As long as we are alive, one will say we can keep fighting for our own survivability. So yeah, not despairing over unexpected issues is certainly a necessary thing. But once again, I sadly that's not being contemplated here, but it is still true. But well, now moving on from here, as I said before, the ones that are born out of the past. Eh, pe- 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 pe. Well, I mean, reality is I don't really have a necessity over not explaining what has to deal with the present problems and hmm, oh, okay, I forgot to explain something. Yeah. I forgot to explain something here. So there is something quite interesting that happens here because I didn't explain it. I think it is between the lines of preemptiveness and understandment. Once you are capable of creating a dialogue between yourself and what is your skill to observe reality and your different efforts on it, you can get to utilize a certain concept that is called pre-mortem, which you analyze as if you have already done all the things that you wanted, which things went wrong, and which errors you committed so that it didn't get to go as you desired for it to be fully realized. This ends up meaning that once you get to be good enough at a very mortem, once again, you get to identify different problems that might have stopped you from reaching that complete potential that you wanted. Let's say a very good example. If my desire now has been to create multi-million-dollar company, but my first problem that I found out when I made such a goal was that I, to begin with, never even contacted those who were proper for me to be in contact with, and I never really learned from those who everybody called professionals and really big geniuses of the market. Therefore, what I did was just guide myself on ideas that I had, which nobody else even knew about. And I didn't even have something completely novel. I only based myself on things that are completely average, but which I believed somehow were going to be capable of making it big, as they will say. That's when I failed. That capacity of creating those so called pre mortem conversations with yourself and observing which things might have gone wrong in the future because you lacked in some place is, let's say, not the biggest, but one of the different major points to which you should try to aspire to if you are trying to avoid problems once again in the future by realizing that things might have gone wrong because you did something wrong in those so expected future realities. That is when you get to observe how is it that you can even avoid them now. But yeah, I I have spent quite some time on this one. So now for real, moving on onto this. Were you overconfident? Certainly, overconfidence can be a killer more often than not, but probably, um, I guess if I had to give you my answer based on the point that I made, certainly overconfidence was a killer because after all, if I lacked the capacity of observing that I wanted to create a multi-million dollar company and I didn't even learn from the masters, as they will say, I certainly believe too much on my own skills. Therefore, what I did was pay too much attention only to what was inside of me instead of really getting to learn and to take lessons from those who are willing enough to give them fully for free to everyone who's willing to try it like I did so in those times. I guess certainly I will classify it as overconfidence, but no, yeah, I don't think there is any bad in there. Yeah, basically, yeah. You can say also that probably overconfidence was what killed that plan in the future. After all, one wouldn't think so high of one's self opinion if they weren't confident to such to some degree on that. Sorry, but yeah, okay. Ah, Okay, I read this one. There it is. Okay. Oh, we don't have really that many ways to change how the errors in the past might be perceived, but at the same time, big enough so that they are almost more significant than the ones coming from the future. Because, let's say like this, once you're capable of dealing with your problems of the past, it is that you can move properly into the present or even more into the future. But the ones that reside in the past are quite more complex to even begin to understand. And if you're desiring so much to deal with them, you have to accept the responsibility that is sometimes it will time, patience, and failure as the failure itself to deal with what were the problems or errors born in the past or already, yeah, that already happened in the past. So, anyways, explanation time. We start with the narrative swapping concept, which you first and foremost accept that sometimes what's necessary is to try and see it from different perspectives. Maybe what happened to you wasn't something that could have happened to nobody but you. Maybe it was an error that was completely unavoidable. Maybe it was an error that was no way related to your skills. Maybe it was an error that didn't really have to deal with what you knew, but it was rather something truly. And although this word might seem very enticing to use, using it sparingly, lucky or unlucky that it happened to you. That is the act of changing the narrative that governates your actions and that governated even more the errors that precede your present self. Because once you get to change what might have happened and what might have been a problem, that's when you start to realize that maybe things weren't so bad from that side. That is the first one. The second one is the idea of searching for the different lessons contained inside of those errors. The act of I I think it is a pretty well known expression. Mm. Transforming coal into diamonds basically. Even if the experience itself had seemed the errors seem to be completely negative, maybe you have the possibility of observing which things can be taken out as lessons and which ideas can be utilized now as tools to move into the future without being so burdened by the different failures that you ended up going through or that you yourself committed when dealing with all of these things. If you can be patient enough and if you can even more have enough of a dedication on all of these things, you can find out on many of those problems that happen to you lessons that can lessen itself the negative side of the error. Maybe you won't fully get to validate what was the error, because certainly it doesn't change the fact that it happened, but you can see it as something from which you have grown rather than something that has only hurt you. And I think this is something a little bit harder than the other two. Sometimes it does happen that errors occur to us because of things that were completely out of our control. Therefore, if we can realize where is it that our responsibility started or ended, maybe from there we can keep moving into trying our best to observe which things we might also try to change or accept as being really completely unmodifiable states of the reality itself in which we live. Now, all of these things might sometimes mean completely nothing because the problem is when you're talking about responsibility, you are not realizing sometimes that you're also attributing less than what was really in your hands. So, in the process of observing things, it also lies inside of oneself the capacity to be successful enough to realize sometimes that the errors that we went through maybe were a little bit more in our hands. Sometimes it is true that we can control if the bus that we decided to take to arrive at work was going to break or not. But what we can notice is maybe if we didn't hit that snooze the alarm instead of waking up and getting ready when the alarm for the first time made noise, you can then accept that things could have gone better if you did your part a little bit more. On other times, it can also happen that certainly you don't get to know if your actions could have been that impactful or not, because other things were outside of your control. And also, well, I mean, yes, certainly, sometimes over preoccupying yourself on the future ends up being quite harmful. It is in no way easy for anybody to really be constantly immersed in the preoccupations born out of the future, but I, I will say I don't want to be too negative, but I believe sometimes if you leave it up too much to fate, as they will say, what you're going to do is you're going to set up to failure to some extent because if you have so little control, or you already know that you had so little control about what is going to happen to you, maybe you're not going to try your best because you believe that, well, if something goes wrong, I didn't even have the chance of selecting how all of this happened, let's say. So I can see sometimes why gambling will be good when it comes to trying to have certain experiences or not, but at others it also can be quite harmful to your efforts themselves not realize that. I don't know, I don't know. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Personally, I didn't really like to gamble, but yeah, I guess if uh, making the proper assessments of reality ends up paralyzing you, then that's a good point, or that's a good moment to start leaving it up a little bit more up to fate, instead of just believing that it is all in your hands. But more often than not, I wouldn't say it's good to leave so many things to randomness because you might be even belittling your own skills by saying that, you know what, I can't even control anything. Why would I try to set up all that I can properly? If this is still random to some degree, maybe what you're doing is changing too much your perception of the reality itself in those cases. But I don't know, I think I understand what you mean, and I don't think that is a short discussion that we can properly see a response to. But yeah, yeah, certainly. It has a good side and it also has a bad side. That's the reality. It also has the middle outcome as always, in which maybe nothing really changes if you leave it to randomness, but we never know. So yeah, that's the third topic, and I said that we were going to do five. I have now realized how incredibly absurd my proposition was. I am, I am quite quite, yeah, not completely, but quite tired. So we're going to do the fourth one. After that, we're finishing. We, I didn't expect the guests to spend that much time talking or anything. So, not always gets to do everything that we wanted to do. Sometimes we need to predict exactly what's going to happen. So you have to make your choices on picking user probably. I mean, certainly, but also that's itself trying to prevent the future because probabilities themselves are out there so that you can try to see a better picture about which things are more probable to happen or not. And certainly, if you're using probability and you understand correctly how all of that works, you can ensure yourself that you're never going to find bad things because probability requires a lot of patience to be fully taken in. But there is a certain problem, at the very least, and I don't mean it as something completely negative. The average person doesn't really get that, for example, if you were to toss a coin 20 times in a row, it doesn't mean that there is no chance for you to get 20 times in a row face. You know, it, it isn't something that is completely, strictly obligated to be always that way. It doesn't mean that, let's say, on the 19th throw, you got face, therefore, on the 20th, I think it is along the lines of you have a 0.05% chance. It doesn't mean that it can happen because to get them in a row doesn't equal that every single throw is related to one another. It just happens that when you put them one to the other, that's when it gets weird. But every single throw that you did was always 50-50. So, once again, you never know. And okay. I guess yeah, certainly, certainly trying to predict people's reactions is is quite hazardous. Yeah, yeah. And in that case, it takes quite a lot of patience because after all, unless you have become really good at predicting people's behavior, what you're doing is just more often than not justifying your um, prejudices about the way people react about you. You don't. It takes a masterful analyst, let's say, a social analyst, to really understand how somebody is going to react. And I don't think we have any of those here present in chat, as they will say, you know. But yeah, yeah. In those cases, it ends up being really better to not leave it so much at random. It it will end up. Sorry, it is better to leave it at random than to believe you can really change that sort of stuff. You will only over worry yourself over situations that can really be that easy to control. Maybe in I don't want to be contrarian, but still, maybe you can see how you can change it if you slowly become friend of that person that you want to act in a certain way, or that if you start to instigate them towards certain type of behavior so that you can ensure that it happens. But if you don't even talk with them, it is kind of illogical or irrational for you to expect the outcome to be exactly what you predicted, based on things that are more complicated than just a yes or no question, more often than not. But yeah, chances are complex with people, certainly. But, anyways, we have the last point. We're not talking about this, so let me write this off. We're not talking about this because if I were to do so, take into consideration how much it takes me, I will end up going at like 4 a.m. So But yeah, final points of the night. Inherited irremovable responsibilities, which also is quite complex, so we'll see how much it takes me to explain that. Sacrifice the sacrifices. Yeah, yeah. It has to happen. Some sacrifices must be made. Also, I think Greta, are we crashing? Greta? We're not crashing, right, Greta? I hope so. Right? Um, I would have to believe on Greta not crashing. Okay, okay. We didn't crash. Thank you. Anyways, final, final image of the night. Ah, ah, morning? No, I mean, it is going to be morning for you, or it is morning for you. Um, but I certainly don't stream at morning. I think um, supposedly the term is down, like a DAWN. That's time between midnight and morning. But I am pretty sure it still doesn't apply that well because there is a proper term for that time slot in Spanish at the very least, and it is madrugada. The madrugada or dawn is uh, is the better definition, but yeah, yeah. In English itself, it makes quite sense what you say. Sadly, uh, not sadly. I mean, it works like that, but still, it isn't morning. That's the argument here. Tra- with this. Oh, I only brought the. We'll see how much it takes me to explain all of this. And even more, it is something complex, so we will have to try the best here. Yet again. Also, welcome, books. I hope you're doing fine. But yeah, we are on the final topic that is inherited remote responsibility. Um, Once again, because this is kind of complex, I will have to explain itself what is it that we're even talking about. If it is somehow that it is not even understandable, um, what is being mentioned here, because we have to put it into the graph itself, I guess. Let me do that. That we're moving. Mm. How deep are we want to get with this? Hmm. Question. Okay. I think to start this properly, it is pretty well known that everybody has a lot of things that they have to deal with on in their lives. And there are a lot of things that we can always avoid. There are things that we can keep delaying, and there are things that we can somehow completely make disappear from life if we try hard enough. Or we can not just make disappear, as in they vanish without us having to deal with them. We can completely deal with them so that they don't happen anymore. But there are some other responsibilities that we will always have to deal with, and we are going to keep dealing with unavoidably, from which we can't run. So these particular things that we have in our hands, I said inherited. Some of them are pretty easy to see why. Some others are a little bit more particular to every single person, certainly. But the big majority of them are inherited to every single human being. In a sense, almost of. I I might not be the best at allegories and such, but certainly there are some things in different texts that talk about how somebody ends up inheriting certain properties, certain conditions, certain things that they have to deal with. In this case, this is the same thing. We have certain conditions that we have to keep dealing with, be it once again on the most general sense. When if we move into a more personal state, there might be some other conditions that are fully unavoidable. I don't think that's the common rule or the common thing here, but probably somebody who is the son of a president has to keep up appearances, and that is an inherited, irremovable responsibility, you know? Um, I can, if it isn't clear enough, I have to reveal it after all. They are not that hard to see. Why is it that we have all of us to deal with them? I'm talking about those different responsibilities as taking care of oneself, or something that is quite austere, the responsibility of having to die, you know? Those type of things that are a little bit less involving of an entity, but rather to every single person, you know? The responsibility of. I wouldn't say in this case it is applicable. Probably, if it were to be in a different society, the responsibility of having childs and such things, those type of responsibilities, which, if you were to avoid, they will certainly lead you to the worst type of consequences that one can suffer. That is, as I said before, kind of pain, eternal pain, or in the case of not realizing, for example, because the problem is this is something deep. So it I will simply say it. If it doesn't make sense, time to go back and keep reading, I guess. Sorry. If you ignore your mortality, what you're going to do is you're going to lose your life. And if you ignore your mortality, what you're going to do is also you're going to shorten it because the condition of mortal is unavoidable for every single one of us. But if you were to realize how much of a responsibility it is for you to keep yourself safe until death appears in front of you properly, then you might have a better interaction with the world, and you will not suffer so much, and you will not be not so much in despair for something that is unavoidably going to happen to you, and which you should await upon and not rush to get into. But that is kind of, once again, that's not so easy to get. I wish it was simpler to put into words, and I don't. So far, I have to accept that this is one of those topics which the ideas themselves that are contained inside of it are a little bit more out of my knowledge than what I can give to anybody. And no, I don't have kids. What? No, uh, I don't. I I wouldn't even wish to have kids. I mean, I'm incredibly young. I don't. It would be quite irresponsible of me to have kids right now. Anyways, what if I leave it like that? Huh? What if I leave it like that? Huh? What? It seems quite funny to not have any more text. Anyways, no, no, no. Um, yeah, I guess I certainly have to feel of what's empty. After all, it makes no sense to have it so fully blank. But yeah, I uh, it, it is about a lesson that is not a lesson. It's a tale, but also is on Spanish. But it would have been quite funny to say, "Oh yeah, there are things that you can't avoid." Also, right noises. Adi- Que a mí me gustó la Pepsi. Hello, Chin. Welcome. Thank you for the raid, my brother. I hope you had a nice stream. I don't know what you were doing, so I I hope whatever it is that you did, you were capable of enjoying it, Mr. Sheen Machine underscore. Welcome. Uh, so, no, wait, because as somebody who has received a raid, I have the responsibility. There it is. Now for real. Thank you, Shin. Continuing. No, wait, not continuing. Reality is, I haven't read it. So, people, welcome. We are. No, 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 no. Wait. Relax, my brother. I am explaining stuff. I will sing whatever you want later on. But I am in the middle of talking about death, so I can't stop this to sing. No, 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 no. No, I can't. I can't stop this. We have to keep going. After we have observed some concepts, I will sing whatever you want. But later on, let me now explain what's up. Um, yeah, we are we are literally kind of talking about us because we are going over, particularly here, after, okay, a very short resume of everything that happened. We set up to try and talk about different things. We are on the last topic. We were talking, we see that one can work cleverly, see that one can nourish a better imagination, and what is this, and how is it that we can change the outcome or the outlook of our errors. So yeah, that's everything that happened before, and right now we are observing what is the inherited, irremovable types of responsibilities that everybody possesses. And as I said before, this is important to talk about because it even relates to stuff like death itself. So yeah, can't avoid talking about this, my brother. I am sorry, but I will sing whatever you want later on. It is that you remind. I am going to be so sorry, but I am going to perform to not you, Jane. You made it. Stay for. Anyways, yeah, it was. Now continuing with this. Yeah, I was writing that's what's happening right now. Amazing. No problem. I never remember to tell you that I even did it. That was quite funny. I said, oh yeah, I should tell. I that my bad. I did perform what you asked for. Yeah. Um, eh, I guess thank you for requesting the Donkey Kong rap. I had to guess because I am pretty sure you didn't even give me a link. That was. I hope that was what you wanted to hear. Anyways, then everything is fine. Once again, uh, thanks for the request. And also, I guess I will get copyright there. Of Chin. Man, this is. It was going to be a nice stream until Chin tried to make me get copyright. But well, ah, okay, there it is. So, continuing. As I said before, um, we we were on the part of. We have established that there are some things that we can't avoid. Now, what is minimally important is that because we possess the capacity of observing what are these things about and what they imply for us, it is that we can gain the knowledge, the understanding, and the comprehension over their existence, their necessity in our lives, and also, kind of obviously, their nature. And obviously, why is it that it should be important for us to even try and obligate ourselves to try and fulfill those particular responsibilities or necessities? As I mentioned before, there are many big primal concepts that apply to every single human being. Once again, be it that, be it taking care of your body, be it taking care of the surrounding society that is around. If you can comprehend that as also something that is irremovable from you, all of those things have their big reasons as to why you should try to follow them. The problem is how much you are willing to immerse in the act of trying to make sense out of such hugely unavoidable responsibilities themselves. And now for real, because once again, this isn't that comprehensible. The final point is here it is. We have finished all of this. So, if one doesn't follow the so necessary things that we have already defined as obligations that are unavoidable, when we learn about the worst type of consequences, be it, once again, all of the different sicknesses generated from taking care of your body, not properly paying attention to what is your diet, therefore also getting to feel. I mean, it is too negative, but uh, feel yourself slowly losing your strengths and all of your skills because you didn't even take seriously what is eating, not taking your life seriously, slowly seeing it pass away, not taking the passage of time seriously, realizing slowly everything has gone past you and you didn't get the opportunity of deal of doing what you wanted to do. All of these things, once again, are quite quite important and quite unavoidable. But it is in the hands of the one who is willing to take the challenge of experiencing their importance to realize how much of a really meaningful thing these all of these ideas are. If not, it will be quite impossible for anybody to realize these things. But at the very same time, I will say, do not end it on such a bad note. Many of these responsibilities had already been pondered because at the same time they are questions themselves that almost every single human gets to us about being alive, you know? So maybe the soothing realities, you won't have to deal so much with your own pain. You might also have the possibility of hearing the points of view of others who also went through the same process and try to come up with any kind of response for these ideas. But yeah, that's this. Now, this we have properly finished because I am not going to do the I am not going to do the fifth one at this rate. I think I could probably end it before. Which one is this? I don't even understand what is said here. What we what we say? I think it is. I don't know. Ah, what we sacrificed was that. No, I wasn't going to be. No. I wasn't going to be capable of explaining that in such a short time. Yeah, yeah. I was searching for it on the book, and no, that's one of the concepts that will also take me as equally as this one, or even longer, probably. So yeah, logical for me to do it. Excuses, anyways. Let's do it like this. Mr. Shin Machine, are you there? First call. Oh, out of three. If you are there, I will sing your song. If not, I will reimburse you. Um, Let me also start to slowly change scene. Yeah, I guess getting some proper sleep is fine. After all, also that is going back to this. That is one of the removable responsibilities to sleep well. Uh, Mr. Chin Machine, this is your second call. Your second to last call. Are you there? If not, I will have to reimburse you your bonds, my brother. And no, I am no. I am not going to sing. If Chin isn't here, I'm not going to sing. I am sorry, but I love my brother Chin. I am not going to sing if he isn't here. I am I am not doing that today. Not. Well, I will do I will do it the long way. I will save all the screenshots that I have to save, and after that I am doing the last call. But let me try to get proper screenshots, Mingo. What the fuck? Ah, no, what's did I do? What? I don't know. I completely cleaned the canvas. I got quite scared for a second. Anyways, that's the first one. So all of these things here. Is this the first one? So I guess G&D really did die, huh? So sadly, there is not going to be any singing uh, stuff today. I guess the board will get to not be copyrighted at the release, so that's I hope so. I am pretty sure it is already going to troll me. Yeah, I can see it. After all, it is like 2 a.m. there. No, it is like almost 3 a.m. there. It is almost like 4 p.m. here, so p.m. I am. Anyways, yeah, stuff happens, so it's understandable, I guess. But well, just in case, let me copy this. Control C. Okay. Which one is this? Candra Oro? Okay. So yeah, just in case, Mr. Shin Machine, if you are there, your request will get performed. If you are not, I am going to reimburse you right now, brother. So yeah, that's that's it. It seems Last call has shown that Shin didn't show up, so we are not proceeding with the singing part. I am so sorry. Anyways, manage reward requests. So yeah, anyways, that's everything I guess then for real. What it has been quite a long time. Uh, I mean, if he arrives early enough, yeah, we can do the thingy. But if not, then I'm sorry, but it won't happen. Um, Reject, yeah. I'm sorry, but this is rejected. No, anyways, yeah. So I guess I should try to see. Yeah, yeah, chill. I guess yeah, I have to rate someone. Calm down, um, please. I need to find somebody to even try to rate someone. So, anyways, meanwhile, as always, thanks for being here, thanks for watching, thanks for lurking, thanks for watching the VOD. It has been a pleasure. I hope something was minimally understandable, as it certainly gets somewhat to be hard to explain. So yeah, I hope it made any sense at all, if possible. And yeah, whenever can, we're getting back here, doing whatever. It has been a pleasure, and we will see. I have the schedule. I don't remember what's up tomorrow. So yeah, tomorrow something is happening, I guess. But the thing I won't think about right now. I feel like so. Yeah, this is this is a good day because I guess no, I get to. So, anyways, yeah. Thanks. No. Certainly, thanks for you to to you for being here. Thanks to who was it? Let me see. It was two in particular. I have to say thanks to Savannah Pure, Klondike, Mama, I Gail Stratus, sorry, Wells, and Hastur 404, and Gene Machine, and I shouldn't be forgetting anyone, I hope. So, yeah, it seems with that I am not. I hope so. Anyways, yeah, that's everything for today. We are raiding, raid Frankie, Dr. Frank. What is he doing? I didn't check that. I don't know what is he doing. What is he doing? He's playing Methods, the detective competition. I don't know what is he doing. No, Bunkum. I'm so sorry, but yeah, we we finished this stream like 5 minutes ago. We were waiting for Chin, but he never showed up. So this is the worst. No, but yeah. Anyways, as always, thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. Thanks for looking. Thanks for everything. Remember to take care of yourself. Remember to stay happy. Remember to hydrate. Remember to go to sleep. Remember to stretch. Remember to everything. It has been a pleasure. Whenever we can, we're getting back here. If we can, If not, at the very least, we enjoyed whatever happened right now. Until next one. But right now, the most important thing is raiding. Who? Dr. Flanky. Playing a detective's game. So yeah, goodbye. Thanks for all, people.